All right, you guys are gonna have to survive in the morning. I'm giving you guys a little challenge. I bet everybody. So I'm gonna be right back. All right. I'm gonna give you guys a couple minutes to the market, to yourself. Come up with your best ideas. Come up with your notes. Post your notes in the YouTube comment section as well as on Moomoo or Twitter, whichever you got. I'm gonna give you guys about 15 minutes to come up with your own trades by yourself without me. You could paper trade. You could do whatever you want. Do not make a mistake that's unnecessary. We've went over many mistakes that we made personally this week. We allowed you to see how you don't have to make those mistakes no more by coming up with different plans of action, of course, right? Just like yesterday. The idea that we timed the market running up and we knew it was going to run up because PPI made you fall down. So PPI and CPI are always usually complete opposites. Usually, 80% of the time. So the simple fact that you fell down all day for PPI was the same reason why you went up. Pretty simple idea. Now, if you look at Friday last week, you pretty much fell out the sky. If you look at the Friday before that, you also fell out the sky. If you look at the Friday before that, you ran into the sky. And then the Friday before that, you fell out the sky. So there's a really good chance you might just fall out the sky again today. Just because the last 4 Fridays, one of them was up, 3 of them were down. If we look at the last 5 Fridays, it was also up. If we look at 6, yeah, so in the last 6 weeks, 4 Fridays were down, 2 were up. So this one could potentially just be up and then down. You might get some type of midterm price action. I could see it changing today and doing something different and weird. If not, you're just going to do what you did last week, which is, as you all can see, last week you fell from 652 to 643. So come up with some good plans, everybody. I know you got this. Come on now. The chart that I'm going to leave you guys on is going to be the reversal chart. I knew it was going to copy that shit from the other day. Always nice to see you as well, Chris. Thank you for popping up every single day. It really means a lot. So thank you, brother. All right, everybody. So like I said before, wrong with this? You guys could use each other if you guys need help. So make sure you recognize that as well. I'm fine with that. So again, I'm not going to help you for the first couple minutes, first 15, first 30 minutes. You got to survive on yourself, by yourself. I will be updating the chart. I will be fixing the reversal points when it's time. And then that's pretty much it. You guys got this, alright? I'm telling you, you got this. Come on now. Paper trade if you feel like it's too risky or you feel like you want to, you know, just paper trade. It's always safer, right? Remember, a good paper trade is still a good idea. All you gotta do is replicate it with your account now. The more good ideas you do, the more good ideas you have, the more it's gonna help you when you trade on your real account. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost showtime. It is almost showtime. Alright, let me check something from this account. Oh, you said you don't know how to connect the Discord? Let me send you a video. Give me 1 second. Okay, so we fixed up all the other discords. I do have to start working on some of the discords here because of the forex post, as well as because we're going to be doing the futures challenge on MES. I'm going to start fixing up the futures discord as well. It's going to be a little stressful. There's a lot of stuff everywhere, but this is the best way to organize things going into the future here. So I might as well do it now, you know? There's no need to wait anymore, as we could pretty much trade every market perfectly. Some better than others, of course. I can't wait to show you guys how we scalp trade the futures. Futures was the only reason why I became really good with scalping, by the way. Because you can't really hold a futures contract too long. If you do, half your account will be gone by the time you realize it, you know? So it's a little unfortunate. Remember, everybody, join the free challenge on NinjaTrader. I have no idea where I put it. There it is. So again, make sure you join the challenge on NinjaTrader. It starts in 2 days, couple hours. They're basically going to give you, you know, a starting balance of 10,000. And we're basically going to turn that 10,000 into, you know, whatever it is. Now, realistically, if we only have 5 days and we start on the 9th, I believe that is... where is this? We start on the 14th, so we start on Sunday. So we have all of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Until basically a whole week. And this is going to be one of the best weeks to trade. So I think that we're probably going to turn that 10K into... If I had to give you a number, I would probably say we could turn 10K into... This is realistically, without, you know, doing something stupid and crazy, just scalping again. We're just going to be scalping. I think we could turn that into around 300K? 400K? Because remember, there's no pattern restriction. You could trade 20, 30 times a day, you know? So yeah, we'll trade like 20 to 40, maybe 50 times a day. Every 5-10 minutes we'll get into a scalp trade. And yeah, we'll play with the EMAs. That's what we're going to use mainly as an indicator, as well as the DARP and the reversal points that I made specifically for the futures yesterday. I just went ahead and did it now. And yeah, we'll go from there. Also, I'm testing the Tesla reversal points right now. So in terms of where we're at right now, we averaged down perfectly. We bought our first trade already, and we averaged down. Let's go check the Tesla puts real quick. Tesla puts are at the price that we averaged down at, which was $20. I want to see if this is going to collapse right back down. Potentially to 382, if not 380 flat. And then when you hit 380, I want to see if our contracts are going to be up at that point. We should be up 300% to 200%. Probably 250. So once we go 200% on Tesla, we'll start putting our stop losses for the puts. Again, if you don't have profit, do not touch Tesla, please. Just move on and play just SPY. Just only trade SPY, ladies and gentlemen. Once you got yourself a nice little safety net from my other trades, then boom. Then you can start trading Tesla. But not yet. Not in the beginning. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I gotta update this trading style as well. I haven't used this one in a couple weeks here. It's the same thing as chart number 2, so I'd rather choose chart number 2 if we're gonna use any reversal charts. That's why I don't really use it right now, because I don't want you guys to be confused with it. But it's definitely helpful. We could definitely throw it on the board. Yep. Excellent. So far, so good. How's everybody's SPY trades going? Remember what we told you this morning right before the market opened up? There was one specific thing that we told you. It could be the difference of last week and the week before in terms of Tesla's trend. Because the last 2 weeks you were down. And then the third week, like 3 weeks ago, you were up. And then 4 weeks ago, you were down. So down, up, down, all Fridays. Completely, like, horribly down. And then when it was up, it was really, really good. So right now, all I want to see, point blank, is you would either launch up to the top, launch up to 661, or you fall flat on your face, going straight down to 653, sorry. So about $5 of downside. What I want you guys to do now is go ahead and post your notes again in the YouTube chat, Moo, or on Twitter. And we're going to start taking a look at everybody's notes, see how everybody did in the morning. If you made a mistake, don't be angry. It's okay. It's better for you to tell everybody what your mistake was so that we could fix it going into tomorrow and going into the rest of the day. So you don't have to have any more mistakes, you know? Mistake free, everybody. Mistake free. I promise, if they let us trade gold for that challenge, we might do something ridiculous. I like how it's only MES, which is basically what I've been teaching you guys specifically for like the last, 2 months, 3 months. I mean, ever since I started teaching, we've only really been focusing on SPY because of how, compatible it is with other markets. If you trade SPY, you're going to, pretty much learn how to trade Euro, which is Forex, and as well as futures, because SPY equals MES, SPY equals ES, SPY equals SPX. So you have, 4 different things that you could trade that mean the same thing. And it's pretty amazing, honestly. And then you have the QQQs, you have TQQ, you have SQQ, then you have the NASDAQ, which is what the Qs are based off of. But the NASDAQ is a little different. You don't have the same, portfolio as the SPY. In terms of discretionaries, in terms of... What else do you have? What other... This is discretionary. It's like retail. But then again, SPY has retail. NVIDIA also... Not NVIDIA, but the NASDAQ also has some good tech stocks as well. But SPY is like just abundantly full of tech, It's a lot of tech inside of SPY. We should break down the NASDAQ. Break down all, every single sector and make sure we have it all listed. And then just maybe get one stock from each sector at least. And we'll start with that. Alrighty, anything else we could do here? We're still in the Euro long. We're waiting for this to go up to potentially this new high. If you just start cratering back to the low, we'll let it fall down again a little bit lower. And then we'll see if it's going to hold anywhere down here. And then we'll see if we could proceed further from just that one little situation from there, right? For now, take it slow. Nice and easy. Remember, Bitcoin's going to start to crash out the sky here soon. So if you guys got some crypto, make sure that let's just say if you have crypto, right? And let's just say you have $100,000 inside of crypto. If you're fine with that 100K turning into 15 or 10,000, then just keep holding it. And you could just add more when it falls. If you do not want to lose that much money and you rather just add at the bottom, then go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be hard to sell. You might not want to sell. But again, in terms of technicals, in terms of patterns, you did it in 2021. So you're just simply going to do it again this year. Especially that nothing has really changed in terms of the usability or, you know, the strength of Bitcoin. The only thing you have is the government forcing it down everybody's throat. But listen, I don't know about that, you know. You think the government is this easy when it comes to passing stock laws? They are not. They take years to pass something for the stock market. So in terms of crypto, just flying through all the bills, through everything that, you know, somebody is opposing, or not really opposing, but presenting, there's not really any opposition for crypto. So it's oddly disturbing to me because there's no use in it. So it's like, it just doesn't make sense. How you can have more restrictions on the stock market, but in terms of crypto, and they're also trying to abolish the crypto. Aren't they trying to take out the crypto taxes? Like you don't have to pay taxes on crypto. Like that stuff is ridiculous. So we'll see what they do with it. That stuff is also going to affect the trend, of course, the technicals, yes. But for right now, we're just paying attention to the pattern that we had 2021, 2017, and 2014. That's all we're copying right now. All right, Spy, are you ready? Let's see. Where are you? You are not ready yet, everybody. We're still waiting for Spy here. By the way, everybody, I will now be buying Chipotle $50 strike price options for 460 days out from now. All right, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So we got everybody on the challenge. You guys know about that. We posted it everywhere. Everybody knows about it at this point. Posted on Moomoo, posted on Twitter. We might post it on the YouTube comments as well, like the YouTube community tab. And then other than that, that's pretty much it. The next thing we got to do is wait for this Tesla trade. We'll see how that goes, and then we'll take our notes once it's done. And then for Spy, we're waiting for Spy to act right so that we can actually get into a trade. Because right now, it's terrible trends, as you all could tell. Which is a good thing. Because when this happens, that means there's going to be a big move soon. Which makes sense. I'm thinking you're going to fall down on Monday. Tuesday, you're going to run up slightly. And then Wednesday, which is FOMC, you have the opportunity to actually crash. I do not think that they're going to cut rates. Remember, Powell said something about 3 weeks ago, which was because of the tariffs, they're going to have to wait for the middle of next year in order for them to actually continue cutting rates. Now, if that's the case and he's actually telling the truth, This market's easily going to $700. We just got to play all the reversals properly with the monthly options, like for puts. So like for instance, right now, this is a put location. This is actually a yearly put location. So you could buy yearly puts here if you would like. I'm specifically choosing to buy them in the 660s and in the 670s. And then I'm going to once again buy it at 740, right? So there's only 2 more locations we're really going to buy yearly puts for SPY. Everything else is monthly, like 640, 680, 720. It's all just monthly. How far should you go out for the monthly? Just $20 out in terms of a strike price. So whatever strike price is $20 out from the current price, that's basically what you want to hang with, which is going to be around like 630, 620, right? So it's going to be pretty close, not that far away. What else do we have to do here? We're going to start paying attention to all the stocks that we were looking at yesterday. Let's chop them up. Let's break them down. Let's see what has an opportunity coming up. And then once we see an opportunity coming up real soon, we'll start to break down the options, see which one we want to buy. Remember, every single time I buy something for the long term, there's 3 sets of options. There's one option for the max time. The second option is for medium time, but the strike price is going to be a little further. Actually, no, it's going to be closer than the more expensive one. I'm thinking about the maxed out one. So the maxed out one is going to be the furthest strike price. The medium one is going to be a closer strike price. And then the last one is going to be a strike price for like 90 days out. So like really, really close. So you'll be able to get something like super close, super cheap. And then you just hold all 3 of them. When the first one goes profitable, you should be able to sell it and make enough money to pay back the other 2 options for free. You understand? That's what I did with Intel. With Intel, we put around 4,000 into it. The options went up 300%, 400%. We paid for every other option we had on the long term. We then sold the first one. And then the second one went up to 500%, 400%. But we sold it for 300 again. So we sold both the options for 300. The first one we sold was for September. The next one we're going to sell is going to be the one for 2025. Actually, no, 2027. That's the last Intel option that I have right now. It's still up like 80% right now. I think like 1,700. So we're looking for plays like that where we could dump in, 3,000, 2,000, not have to average down. And within a week or two, that thing is already double, triple. And it's usually with the cheap stocks. The more expensive stocks, the momentum, the way it hits the wire in terms of the options board is a lot different. It's a lot more like subtle, you could say. Way softer in terms of a move. When you get a cheap stock, like $18, $15, $6, and that thing doubles, your options are going up hundreds of percentage. So it's kind of crazy. But if that's the case, that's where we want to focus on buying, on the stuff that can really accelerate really quickly. We just got to make sure we're buying it at the best time or best location, right? We're still holding Snapchat, by the way, for 2027. Once these options go up like 100 to 300%, we're just going to sell it. They could definitely go up 1,000 still, but, got to play a little safer. You got to be safe, ladies and gentlemen. You got to be safe. Okay, the Tesla option that we averaged down on is already almost at break even again. And you still have another $5 more to go. So we should have some good profit here on Tesla. Who understands the reason why I'm telling you Tesla's going to fall to 382? Who understands the reason? Say it as quickly as possible. Don't overthink it. Whatever you think your gut is telling you. Why do you think so? You said Tesla's at $11? Oh, for the option? Yeah, that was a pretty good low. We bought it at 19. And then now we wait. Now we wait, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this is getting boring staring at this thing. So let's go look at some other stuff. Let's go have some fun here. Intel, what is your problem? Equal reaction to the day's move. That's a good idea, Slug. It's not far off from what the true idea was, but it's very close. So when Tesla consolidates, right? When Tesla trends, if it goes up more than $20, you tend to have at least a halfway point reversal, which means a drop $10 down. So if the market just ran up from 370 straight up to, what was it, 374? Yeah, 374. What's 374 minus 370? That equals $24. What's half of 24? That's $12. $12 minus 394 equals 382. That's your halfway point right now. If you make another high, of course it's going to pick up. So we're just waiting for that to happen, and then we will basically just see what's next up for us to do. When you do $30 is a whole different trend as well. Like a $30 push-up could drop you $40, $50 down within the next 6 days. So Tesla has to watch itself. It can't go up too quickly here. Because if it's going up quickly, that means it wants to touch 400. If not, get to 450, 460. Because we've been waiting for Tesla to hit 460 ever since it fell down from 480. It rose to 374, Slug. 370 to 394. My bad. So it was 370, and then it ran to 394. So that's $24 divided by 2, 12 minus 12 from the top. That's how low Tesla's going to fall. You took the NVIDIA puts for 175 for next week. Excellent, Sherman. You got an extra day of time. Excellent. Thank you for paying attention to the rules, Sherman. I appreciate that, Doctor. Because one of the rules is if you see me get a 0 day and you don't have any profit and you want to trade it, you got to go out a week and just buy one of them. And now that you're up already, of course, you could put your stop loss or you could just hold it for Monday. Whatever you're feeling like you want to do. But of course, remember, you always could take profit. You might be able to just buy that same contract again at, 3 o'clock for half the price. Who knows? Okay, so the other companies that we were looking at was Intel, but Intel is just being suffocated right now. We are not going to partake in this just yet. SMCI is also, yeah, not good. Not yet. MU is just running into the damn sky again. Just doubled your market cap. Oh my goodness. 50%. I swear, MU is... It oddly does this so many times. It's ridiculous. Absolutely amazing. Not ridiculous in a bad way, but ridiculous as in like it's amazing to watch it, Truly, it's absolutely amazing to see this happen. It's like every day you see a new trend or a new possibility, and then you just add that to the table. Makes you just a little bit more wiser. TSM, you ran up a little bit more. Your halfway point now is going to be right here at 238. AVGO. Perfectly at the double point. So now I can see this fall down to at least 315. ASMO. It already hit the double point right here. If you get negative again, you're going to fall down to 595. UMC. Yeah, this one looks terrible. We'll do some charts on this one later. Maybe we could find some buying points since it's only at $6. Remember, this is all semiconductors. Alrighty. Let's go take a look at, let's see, what we're looking at. Target. Do you guys want to buy Target? We already bought Target. We were down 60%. I went ahead and tripled the amount of options I had on it. So now we're only down about 25%. So if you guys want to buy Target again, anything that is $120 or shorter, and you want to go for anything that's over 6 months. So like something for December and beyond. Because December is really, really close actually. So if you guys want to buy Target, just recognize that you're going to have to buy something for December. And then remember, don't worry. You get below 86, I promise you we're going to have a party. Because the amount that you could drop down, the amount of profit you can make, we'll make back whatever we spent for the calls a couple months out. And then we'll just buy new ones down here even closer. And we'll just keep making them free, buy them closer. If it falls down lower, make the money back, buy more, average down. It runs up, make everything free. And then by the time this actually really wants to pop to that upside, we're going to have so many options on this that this might be my biggest ever gain ever. It could be. Tesla right now still is my biggest gain. And I'm talking about like a dollar amount. Like dollar for dollar. So yeah, look at that jump right there. And then look at this one. And you only ran to here. You ran up to here. I could definitely see you run up to 135 from right here. You already ran up to 108, 109. So I could definitely see you run up just another $15, $20, right? That's not that big of a deal. Especially when you ran up from the point that we first told everybody to buy. You actually ran up $12 above that point we first bought at. So that was nice to see as well, right? Alright, so we'll leave this alone now. Snapchat, ladies and gentlemen. You had many, many times that you could buy this. Many, many times this thing went cheap at the bottom. Right now it's expensive again. I'm already up like $90, $100 on the Snapchat plays. Just from you bouncing up from that low. So if you guys want to buy this, again, just let this drop down a little bit lower. Try to scoop as many up as you can. $30, $40. A couple months, if not years out. Because the news for Snapchat is going to come out in 2026. So the news for this company is coming out next year. So yeah, we got something for 2027 basically. So even if it comes out this year, comes out early, even if it comes out next year, comes out a little bit late, our options are expiring in 2027. So we're not even worried. We should be able to trade the rumor, and then we're going to sell on the news, everybody. So again, we're playing the rumor, and then we're going to sell the news. If they cancel this out of nowhere, we are screwed. If they're just like, we can't develop the glasses no more, or we're going to have to push this back. So yeah, that's going to be the only problem for Snapchat. If not, I mean, it's also at a really good low regardless, right? Let's be honest here. So, yeah, let's see. Okay, next name, everybody. Next name. We bought DJT already. I love how you're consolidating here. It's giving us so many more buying points, so many more times that we can average down. This is going to be absolutely insane. The next area DJT is going to run to is going to be $22. So if you could fall down a little bit lower from 16, I don't like buying at the same location because we literally bought it at 17. And right now, we've just been averaging down right below it. Pretty good time to average down as well. They got really cheap. But yeah, we're just going to hold it. I think our options, yeah, we have a bunch of them. 2027, 2026, 2025. We have for 15 strike, 20 strike, 30 strike, 40 strike, 50 strike, 60, and 90. So every single strike price, we bought an option. And we bought a couple of them. And that's for DJT. So we're still holding that. What is this, Comcast? Yes, it is. Yeah, Comcast has been falling nicely. We might be able to do something with that. Warner Bros. Holy shit, I forgot about you. Fuck. Ah, look at that jump. I knew it was going to happen like that, too. Because right now, I think you're hitting a 1/4 point. Completely forgot about this name. I don't even think I told you guys about this. Yeah, look at that. Right at the 1/16th point. After you just ran from the damn 1/16. You just did an equal reaction on Warner Bros. Wow. Look at that. You see how the midline is almost right on top of the 1/8? If you actually, you know, bring this down to the correct low. Yeah, it's actually almost there perfectly. Wow. You guys want to see what this fell from? Look what this fell from. $78. You just instantly launched up to 19. Let me see the options. Let's go check the options out first. Warner Bros. Yeah, the options went up 3,000% here. Literally, they all went up that much. Let me see. Oh my god, this went up 8,000%. What about this one? Oh my god. This is ridiculous. $2 to $363 within a day. That's $2 to $363 within a day. And you didn't even need to hold it or sell it that day. You could have held it to the next day. Of course, do you guys think I would have had you guys buy something like that? Oh, no. I wouldn't. So we wouldn't have been playing these. We wouldn't have been up this much. Because logically, I wouldn't have had you bought this. That's too short. Unless we saw an honestly, it's only $2, so maybe we could have bought something. We should start doing that for companies, actually. Just throw in $2 like every 2-3 days. Just have it like automatically keep buying for us. Like a new strike. It's just $2. And then if we could sell that thing for $300-400. We're only going to buy certain stocks, though. Names that are really oversold. Let me see what option I would have had you guys buy. I would have had you guys buy something for... How long did it take you to drop from the top? 3 years? Holy shit. I probably would have had you buy something for, 2027. And if I had you buy something for over here, you would have paid $240 and your option would have been at $750. So we would have personally made around 200 to 300% from that long-term play, which is insanely good, let me tell ya. Like that right there, like you're hitting the peak, the max that you can actually go up on a contract. They say that a contract's value is unlimited, but it's not unlimited. It's actually limited to the amount of times you see a contract even run up in the first place. Like the level that you see it run up to. So like for instance, Tesla is one of the names where I would say it's unlimited. That's why you could buy a contract for 20, 60, and by the time you actually fall and go to the area we want you to go to, options will be up 200, 300, 400%. Even if they're down 50, 60% right now, because that's how much volume gets added to Tesla one shot. So it's pretty nice to see that. Spy, I was just... How the hell did you just read my mind right there? I was 2 seconds away from saying that. Oh, man. Somebody just remove the rug. Just let that thing fall straight through. Come on, come straight down to 653. We're then going to buy some calls down here for you to run right back up to 656. We could buy it for tomorrow if anything. Or actually, no. Let's not do that. Let's not get an overnight. Because the FOMC, implied volatility is going to be naturally higher because there are people that are going to be buying for FOMC now. People are very impatient, especially people that have money. You may think that they're not impatient, but you have to understand they're always trying to position themselves first. So, yeah, they're going to be throwing in their money now, 100%. So if we check the options board, we can actually see what's the difference. Like, for example, a lot of people were saying that the Fed was going to cut rates. It was like 98% they were sure the Fed was going to cut rates. Do you know what that statistic is right now? It's 96% that they won't cut rates. They literally flipped within a week. So that right there completely changed up the tone in the market. That's why I feel like September was so overly, like, it wasn't overly bullish. We knew it was going to do this potentially, but it was a little bit more bullish than normal in terms of the overnight swings, like how do we time so many gap ups? It was a little absurd. We timed like probably 3 of the last 6 or 7 gaps. And we did it just due to the fact that we know how the momentum can, drag itself out a little bit, because we've seen how it dragged itself out a couple months ago and a couple years ago. So it's just the same thing. It's not that different. For Tesla, it's its own animal. It's its own beast. I'm telling you, you can have an option for $10, and that thing could be worth $1,600 by the end of the day. Usually, you would have to actually get the move starting at the beginning of the day. So the simple fact that Tesla ran up $24, it kind of much crosses out the idea that you're going to fall really large. That's why we're only looking for something halfway. If you would have not done that, and you would have just stayed put at the same price, we could have then got puts at open. So next week for Tesla, we're going to see if you were running the day before or if you're at the 400s, because then we could easily just play the puts again next week. Alrighty. So, let's wait for SPY here. I forgot to check Lululemon. I bought Chipotle again for 460 days out. We're going to post that shortly here. Let's look at Lulu. I'm just trying to buy up everything, and when I'm making the plan, I could just do it all one shot, copy and paste some stuff, fix up what I need to fix the strike prices, the goals. So we're just going to buy them first. Right here on Lulu, you're very close to this 1/8 point, which is at 130 flat. That's a 1/4 point. My bad. That's even stronger. The 1/8 point, you fell from it, which means you could fall down to this one. You could fall down to $68 potentially. Why does it say that I started a game here? Not a game, but like a video. Let me see something. Give me 1 second, everybody. My fault, Neil. If you want to put some music on, you could put some music on if you would like inside of the YouTube thing. But just let me know because the thing was bugging out for a second. All right, so Lulu, it's not a terrible point to buy it, but it's a pretty risky point to buy it. You might not ever see profit ever, because what we're looking for is the long-term upside. We're not looking for short-term nonsense, which is pretty much everything 6 months and shorter. We're looking for 12 months, 2 years, you know. That way we don't have to think about this. So if I look at 826 days out for Lulu, where did you fall from? Almost 400. I think Lululemon will be able to at least run up to the midpoint, which is 250. And then what's this point? 389. So 250 first. There's no 389 contracts 800 days out. So let's look at 700 days out. Yep, none here either. These little rats. You see how they do that thing on purpose? They give you less strikes, more expensive, because they want you to pay for something ridiculously expensive. And then all of a sudden, contracts 490 days out. Only these allow you to actually get 250 and above. So that's a little bit unfortunate. The 380s are still really expensive. Good open interest, but these things are expensive. Very expensive. Okay, so we leave Tesla. We checked out Lulu, Warner Bros. If this thing could fall down to $14, we could buy into it again. That could be our first buy. And we want to play for the midpoint, which is $41. If you run up from 18 to 41, any option you buy, as long as you go in the money, so like let's just say you buy an option for right here. If you basically buy this strike price right there, and you run to here and you hold it, and let's just say you sell it somewhere right here, you're going to be up 1,000%. So in order to make 1,000% with any stock, the easiest way to go about doing it is actually to have the stock double and make sure your strike price is the halfway point. So if you're at $6, you want to buy an option for 8 to 10, and then you want this to jump up to 12. That's pretty much it. Same thing with Tesla. If Tesla goes from 300 to 600 and something, but then again, for Tesla's options, it actually goes up 1,000% much sooner. You only need a $30 to $40 run up. And as long as you got a 7-day, your 7-day will actually go up that much. It's just a little harder to time a 7-day, you know? Just a little harder. Let's see what you guys are talking about over here. You said no reason to guess for the pullback. It's probably something not in our plans. Otherwise, how could it be called a black swan? Well, you know, it's kind of funny when you bring that up, because in theory, a black swan event is an event that you can't time. That's the idea of a black swan event. So, for instance, when Trump did the tariffs, he talked about it a month prior. So we already knew about what he was talking about. And we were positioning for puts at that time anyways. Now, if you look at the only black swan event truly that it has ever hit me and confused me, if I'm being honest with you guys, the only black swan event was COVID. But, you know, I wasn't really trading then, so I can't really say it hit me. So COVID, and then the next black swan event was the political aspect of this government. Not the presidents. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the numbers. the numbers on these reports, that was the only other black swan event. That was another reason why I lost a crazy amount of money, is because you guys know how I told you guys the other day that they were going to revise the numbers, and then they revised it by 1 million, which is absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't even make logical sense. They did that to me in 2021, and when they did that, there was no other news releasing that day. In fact, you just had that news because it was just unemployment day with the report as to how many jobs, right? Now, when it came out, they instantly revised the month prior, and then that same day was also a revision, and it was way lower than estimates. When I say lower than estimates, I believe the estimates were around 200K, if not 190K, and it came out as 16,000. Like literally a drop of 80%. And they did that this year, but it was earlier in the year. And I remember when they did it, I was telling you guys, I was like, yeah, we're not going to get fooled by this no more. In terms of any other Black Swan event, the only thing that could be an event is war on U.S. soil. Because that's the last thing that one would think about. So war on U.S. soil, that's a Black Swan. Or what else? War with another country. You could say that's another Black Swan. We know about them. We know about who's going to attack, who could potentially attack, who could potentially start a war. China, cough, cough. China's supposed to start invading Taiwan next year. They said they were going to do it in 2028. And they released this statement on their 100th anniversary of the Communist Party, I think in 2023. It was either a year ago or 2 years ago, if I remember correctly. And when they had their 100th anniversary of the Communist Party, they restructured everything in their country in terms of how long a child could play games, in terms of how you actually invest into their markets, what do you trade in terms of crypto, the companies that you buy from that are American. So China was restricting a lot of things, and it was, of course, so that they can actually stay, you know, in a way of just having power. That's pretty much all. Because if you keep getting changes with the Chinese government, remember, they almost were on the brink of a civil war because of the housing crash. I don't know if you guys seen those videos, but they were rushing every bank in China, and the people were trying to get their money out of the bank, but nobody had money. So it caused massive riots everywhere all over China. They did good with hiding the information, like hiding the stories, but there's so many people there, it's almost impossible to hide anything. But yeah, aside from that, the only other Black Swan event that can happen is assassination of the president, war on U.S. soil, war on another country's soil, or what else? What do you think, Connery? Any other Black Swan? Logically, I think that's it. Or a meteor just hits the Earth, I guess, right? Because think about it, they're not going to try to make this another disease problem. That's a good idea. It's crazy. Yeah. I do think that they should completely ban that app. I think that they should ban that app and make sure that there's not a single app that could be used in that manner going into the future. Absolutely terrible. You know, they released a report, and I don't know if they were taking brain scans of someone's brain, but they showed what your brain is like under heroin, regular use, and then when you're watching pornographic material, and your brain waves actually they create a similar pattern as compared to a person being on heroin. You guys can search it up if you want, but it's crazy. I think it's heroin or crack, something like that. Heroin, I think, is a more better word to use. Crack just sounds stop to say it like that. But yeah, all the same shit anyways. You know what else could cause a Black Swan? for technology companies is if they ban TikTok. If they go through with banning all, did they ban it? They didn't ban it, right? They better take a step back, because that's going to be breach of your constitution, right? If they ban the app. Same thing with OnlyFans. So they're going to have to do this wisely, do it smartly. You technically cannot ban a single thing, because you can't limit. But what I'm referring to is more so the actual pornographic material. So I think that they could do something, because it is a terrible thing to have. You know, even when you remember and remind yourself of other religions and how they see their children and how they see that stuff, we all see it the same way. It's just garbage. It hurts you in the long run. It doesn't actually serve you no justice. Well, think about it like this, Chris. I told everybody last year that the market was supposed to fall to 480, and it took you Trump basically releasing the tariffs to take you down to 480. But that level was something we planned. So before you even hit 480, we already knew that you were going to fall to that level. We just didn't know when. That was the problem. Now that I saw how fast that can occur, I'm telling you guys, don't stress. Do not worry about it. Even if the market keeps going up against us, do not worry about it. Because I have a really good plan. Remember, I'm already thinking 5, 10, 20 years into the future. So I'm already considering all the different types of black swan events, all the different types of data reports, inflation, a potential recession, right? The housing market crash, because the housing market plays a massive role in the CPI, if you guys didn't notice that. Like rents and stuff like that, it's the same thing for gas, like gasoline prices. Like, let's just say gas goes up by $2, $3 at the pump. What would happen is the CPI, well, I forgot how, like, what is the actual statistic? Like, what's the number? But for every X increase in gasoline, the CPI increases so massively, which was the reason why it looked like we had inflation last year. I mean, we did have inflation. Let's be honest here. You can't just give a bunch of money to, you know, a bunch of people and act like it's all fine and dandy. That's the reason why they actually did the rates, is because they gave you a stimulus check. If they never did that stupid thing with the stimulus, cough, cough, both presidents. If they never did that stuff, we would have been fine. So the presidents actually screwed up the economy, if you really want to be honest. If you actually think about it. Of course, there's a bunch of people around them that are all voting for the same thing. So it's not just the actual president, it's the people around him as well. Both of them. And yeah, these people don't know how to run a country. Let's be honest here. They're barely making it by. Only because there's a bunch of them that, you know, have these devilish, you know, wants. It just allows everything else to work out. Because even the people who are evil, they want power. You know, they don't want to lose that power. But they don't even know how to control the power. As you all could tell. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see exactly how this progresses here. Do I believe anything they say in terms of numbers? No. Do I trust anything they say in terms of numbers? No. They can't get me to do that no more. After how much money I lost because of them, after how they made me feel, how emotional I got because of this, how it almost destroyed my whole entire life, it's not dramatic, it's truthful, you know? I was always being that guy that was just like, why is everybody hating on Powell? Why is everybody hating on this person? Why is everybody hating on... And then once I actually saw what they were doing, and I lost money because of it, it's over. Never will I ever believe them or think about them in a way where they're going to actually understand what they need to do. It's all going to be, you know, kind of like a range. So they're waiting for certain things to occur, such as the housing, such as, of course, the market. The more the stock market goes up, the more it actually speeds up the possible opportunity for you having a rate decrease, or basically otherwise known as a pivot. And when you get the pivot, that's when the market's going to crash, pretty much. So if you guys are trying to time the market falling out the sky, the only thing you have to do is look at the bigger scale boxes, like the weekly boxes, monthly and yearly boxes. And then just pay attention to how the stock market's running up, as well as pay attention to what they're saying with the FOMC, which is in a couple days from here. and then just position yourself at the good levels before anything. So before there's any crazy move or anything like that, just make sure you're positioned. 8 months out, 10 months out, just get something on the board. Look for cheap companies. Like SQQ, you could buy something for December for a really cheap price. TQQ, you could buy some puts. It's basically the NASDAQ, but it still will work with SPY. Especially if you're going with the Qs, because the QQQ is a much more confined set of stocks that are actually making it up. So with TQQ and SQQ, it tends to be very similar to SPY. Like really, really similar. No wonder the cat doesn't have no more water, because the bunny is drinking it. Do you not have water? Oh my god. She drinks as much water as a human. She'd be drinking like 2-3 bottles a day. Let's go take a look at Tesla now. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla.
I think I'm having separation anxiety.
From Tesla?
No. I missed my computer setup.
Ah, man. You should post it inside the Discord so everybody can see it. That thing looks amazing.
I gotta put it up first.
Nah, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, when I get home, I'll take a picture.
By the way, if you ever run out of desk space whenever you're getting monitors, some monitors allow you to flip it on its... Like, so my bigger monitor, my 32-inch, I could flip it vertically, like, just straight up and down, and then you could just change the arrangement of your apps, and it looks... like, for Discord, if you got a monitor that's vertical for Discord, it looks so amazing. So that's kind of what I want to do next. I just want to have, like, a little monitor to the side. Not get it too big, but just something decent for Discord. So now you have 2 32-inch, right?
Yeah, I'm getting 30.
Hell yeah. Have you looked at any brands yet?
Thin one. Like, I really like that particular one. Like, it's crystal clear. You know when they play, you watching YouTube and they play like the games on it? They show like the games. It looks so crystal clear and perfect. I was like, whoa. Yeah, I can't wait to get that one.
Look, let me show this guy. I think, let me show you right now. So if you look up CPI and you look at rent prices, CPI records CPI rent prices measured by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Maybe you misheard me for like something else, but CPI does record rent. It is very important, as you can all see right here. And if I pull up the CPI report, you'll see the actual... Let's just pull it up real quick so you can see it for yourself. Let's go to CPI right here. And then let's click... They should have it here. The Bureau of Labor Statistics. Consumer Price Index. No. How the hell do I find the thing again? Let me see. Let's go to our news website. Trading Economics. This month. Go to CPI. Where are you? CPI. And then let's see it. Let's see. So the rent prices, where they go is it goes inside of the core, I believe. I could be wrong. I believe it's the core. That's where the rent prices are. We just gotta break down. Where's CPI core? Core consumer prices. That's housing utilities. Core consumer prices. I haven't looked at this in a little while. Let's see, CPI core year over year. But how do I open up the core? Let me check Forex Factory. Forex Factory usually has some of the information as well. Actually, you know what? Let me just search it up. CPI core break that. This is much easier. I don't know why I just didn't do that. Okay, so let's find out where this is at. Okay, boom. Excellent. Okay, CPI home. Food, energy, and you have all items. So yes, 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 food. And then you have energy, which is gasoline. We talked about that as well. And then chart related to this. Let's just search up where the hell is rent located at? Where is rent prices at on the CPI core? So there you go. So rent prices are located within the shelter component of the consumer price index, a major expense category that includes both rent and primary residence. So for Red Sox, if you would like to, just search this up, and I'm sure you could find the actual report. When I used to read the report, in all honesty, it used to be when I used to watch Me Kevin, because I don't know how the hell he finds it, but Me Kevin would always find the report. And if you actually go to Me Kevin's video, probably for yesterday, because he live streamed it, you could probably see all the numbers, because he's really good with breaking down the numbers. That's the only reason why I know how to read most of these reports, is because he's actually explained it really well to his audience. Yes. Exactly, but it's still a part of the CPI, which is the point I'm trying to make, is that you have to look where it went to. Nah, yeah. It's all good. There's so many numbers and so many different things. It's just like it happens, but as long as everybody knows that. You said, what tier do you have to join in order for you to trade for me? In all honesty, that will probably never happen. I do not like trading for people at all. They always get emotional. They always get very combative. Nah, yeah, it's just every single time. But unless I have your lawyer contact my lawyer, you got to pay out. You got to pay everything yourself, right? I'm not paying for none of that. So you got to show me that you want to do it. You contact the lawyers. You get a document. We'll sign the document, and then we'll go from there. That's the only way I can actually do that. But in terms of me doing it for people on YouTube, that's not going to happen yet. The first thing I would do is first figure out how I can actually do it with my friends. But if you want to figure it out, and then you want to tell me so that we could speed it up, you let me know. I would then set this up for my friends, my family, because I'm not touching nobody's account unless there's contracts. That's the only way. But in terms of me doing it right now, that's probably a no. And in terms of how much capital I would trade for you, I would not be trading for you with a small account. You would have to have at least 50 to 100,000, because anything else is just, it's going to take me some time. And if I'm going to be trading for people, it's definitely going to be multiple people. So yeah, realistically, that's just how we do it here. Remember, you could just learn for free. You could just learn for free. If you're in the YouTube chat right now, you definitely have time to watch. And if you could watch for a week or two, you'll get enough money so that you can actually be able to join the Discord where I have all my information stored. Everything you could possibly think of for the stock market is in the Discord. So, but first, make some money before you join. Remember, there's no reason for you to pay for somebody or join something and pay money unless you've made a good amount of money. What's a good amount? 1,000, 1,200, because my subscription costs 200 a month for everybody. So if you could make 1,000, 1,200, I would be fine with you joining. If you do not make that much capital, I do not recommend you joining, because the first 2 weeks of me teaching you are going to be very slow. You're not supposed to make money those 2 weeks unless it's like a dire situation. So, yes, that's pretty much all. SPY's still struggling here. Tesla, are you still going up? You haven't made a new high yet, so we're still looking at 382 for a low. We're not looking at nothing else yet. The gold trade is doing phenomenal. We ended up going up to 25K right here. So again, the gold trade was up 15K right here. Like right around this area here yesterday morning. We didn't sell it because, again, we're looking for 200 to 300,000 with just using 10,000. So 10,000 is going to turn into 200,000 by the time you hit this white box here. So that's what we're looking for right now. We're about to time gold falling out the sky, ladies and gentlemen. And if it runs on top of this white box, where is it going to run to? This next white box. So that's what we're waiting for. Once I see it show signs of it getting above here, we'll just take a loss. And then we'll start playing the upside going to this one. And then you have all the little middle pieces there too. Just like how you have down here. I just haven't pulled them to the right because I don't want it to be so ugly. Right? I want the charts to look still pretty good. I think gold is one of my best looking charts. Actually, look, that's messed up right there. You see how this is not the same? So I can't even say that. It's uneven. I don't like it. I gotta fix it. But it's still pretty good. It just shows you all the major locations that you want to look out for. And remember, this is gold when it hits 4,300. We already know how we're going to play it. So just imagine that. It's wiser for you to learn how to trade by yourself. By the way, everybody. Don't ever really try to come for, me to trade for you, honestly, because let me tell ya, you would always make more money for yourself. I can confidently tell you that now. You would always make more money for yourself because you would have a different want to grow your account. My want to grow your account is only so that you learn and it's stable, it's consistent. I'm not looking at anything insane or anything explosive. It's always the same way I grow my accounts. Now, if you could learn the styles that I teach, you could literally trade any stock, any company, any market, whether it's crypto, forex, futures, stocks, options, bonds. You could literally trade the whole entire world. You could trade corn. You could trade sunflower seeds. You could trade canola oil. You could trade oil. You could trade palladium. You could trade silver. You could trade copper. Everything that you could think of, all you need to do is just learn this style, and that's it. You could trade everything. I know my charts look different, but this is the same thing as this over here. It's just more specific because gold likes to consolidate a lot. And look at this. I can't believe you ended up going to that high on palladium that we drew. And then we bought a put up here. And we played this whole entire trend right back down perfectly. But we didn't play the calls going back up. I thought it was too risky. But now that you're back up here again. It's go, go, go time, everybody. We're about to play puts on palladium again. Or shorts because it's futures. And we're going to try to see if we can hold this for a couple weeks. We just got to make sure the account has some good margin to it so I don't get margin called. So we'll probably have to enter into this trade with like 15, 20,000. So we'll just wait till we make a little bit more profit with these other trades like Forex or gold. And then we'll start to ease in with our other accounts, which is the same accounts you guys are going to be playing with. For right now, I'm just testing everything. That's the reason why I'm not really posting too much. as well as that's also the reason why we're paper trading so much with our other accounts as well, right? Like right now we're paper trading. Do we have crypto still? Yeah, we have XRP right now. We're up 1,300 on the paper trade. I'm actually going to sell this because I think the whole entire market's going to fall here. So let me just get rid of this right now. All right, just sold it. So far, we've never taken a loss on crypto. We traded Dogecoin 2 times, and we traded Ethereum, or not Ethereum, but XRP once, and the account is up 124K. So just testing for next year and for the 3 years from now when we trade crypto a little bit more frequently. Just got to get really good with it now. What else do we have here? I think that's pretty much it. You guys get the idea. Learn the styles, make enough money, take as much information as you can, grow, and consistently try to actually keep learning here. Try to play different markets. For instance, if you play SPY options and then you try to trade Forex, you're going to learn how to trade SPY much better. I could promise you that. Because when I first traded Forex and then I went back to trading options after like a week or two, it was a whole different game. I was spotting patterns that I've never ever seen before, just due to the fact that Forex was showing me how consistent its patterns were. It's a little bit more robotic. That's what Forex is like. It's like 80% machine and computer. And like the rest is the same thing with options, right? Just 10% human, actual humans trading. Everything else is just all computerized. That or these people are only scalping when they trade Forex. Like a majority of the world, I don't know how they trade. I don't really watch YouTube videos on Forex. I have no idea what that community is like. So I just know how to trade it, and I know how to do the charts, but I don't know anything else about it, really. So that's something we have to fix going into the Forex Discord. That's the information we got to fill in now, like fill in all the blanks, like what countries trade Forex the most, how many times is Forex traded throughout a day, what are the best pairs to trade in terms of Euro USD, Euro JPY, Euro GP, which is the British pound. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun for us to actually do this work together here. Okay, everybody. So far, so good. We got a risky Tesla trade on the board still. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. You're still stuck at that same point that we averaged down at. Just went down a little bit lower to $11 again. In terms of how many strikes we are away, 5 strikes away. So it's not that bad. Just 5 strikes away, everybody. Remember, we're not playing the upside on Tesla at all. 350 was a terrible place to buy from because of the location on the map. In theory, if you had $1 million account, that would not be a place you buy from unless you were scalping. So unless you had $1 million and you threw in like 50K, 40K, and you sold it for like 60, 90, then all right, that makes sense. But in terms of throwing the whole entire account into it, that was not a good location to do so. So the way I teach people is, if I myself would not throw my whole entire account into that trade at that moment, it's a psychological switch you have to have in your brain. So think like this all the time. Remember, think like this all the time. If I can't full port into this trade, then there's no reason for me to actually buy, a little bit of it. So even if I'm not going to full port, even if I learned my lesson and I got burned a bunch of times and I lost a bunch of accounts, I've made the decision that I will no longer trade anything that's shorter or anything that's risky, right? In terms of just full porting with a 0 day. Now, what I want you to understand is, even though you've made that decision, it still doesn't have anything to do with the psychological switch in the moment of you buying something. Because right before you buy it, just be like, all right, should I put all my money into this? If you say no, then this is not a good trade. That's usually how I actually look at them, pretty much. Because it's like if I'm trying to like look at this, look at that, look at that, look at this, you're going all over the place. If I tell myself straight up, is this a good trade or should we wait? It's kind of like more quicker in terms of a response from your gut. We should make a little series on the psychology of the market. Make it. I just got to write a lot of stuff because I've never written too much for a video. I mean, I have the ideas written down, of course, in terms of the psychological stuff. We have them all over the charts. But in terms of like going into detail as to how I uncovered those psychological things, we should actually write that down and create a video of it. I think it will help you guys because then you'll be able to do the same thing I did, which was create these psychological switches because you notice your brain's patterns of you doing something and it yielding an unsatisfactory result. That's how I noticed the patterns, by the way. Like I would do stuff and I would be like, all right, I was up 300%. I wanted 400. Why didn't I put a stop loss? At 250, 250%, 270%, screw it. But just why was there no stop loss when you were up 400%? And then at that point, it's kind of like I didn't put a stop loss because I knew that the market would hold at that low and go to this high, or, you know, fall from this high and go to this low. Now, it could still go more, is what I might say. But do I have enough time? Is my expiration good? Is all these other factors considered? How about before I even bought into the trade, did I know that Tesla can go this high? Because if I'm asking the question later and I'm confused, that means before I bought into the trade, I actually made a mistake and I'm gambling. That's what you guys have to tell yourself. That's why I tell you guys, if you keep telling me you get into trades, respectfully, I really don't care because it's not helping you. It's like a wasted moment. It's a wasted effort. You're going to make money. You guys probably made money on most of those plays you thought of. Every single one of you are going to be intelligent. I know that's the case. You're not stupid. But here's the thing is, you got to be able to document your ideas because then your brain is going to treat it as a different level of criticalness, you know, which in my opinion allows your brain to absorb stuff better. When you write your notes and you're always looking at your notes and looking at your ideas from 6 days ago and you're like, damn, I had a 5-day play. I sold it the next day for 100%. 2 days later, it hit my goal. Cough, cough, when SPY ran from 630 and hit 650. There was not a single person but culinary that bought into the long term. So that's, you know, certain things that I look at. Because there's hundreds of ideas. You know, the ideas are all over the place. They're very bountiful. That's not a hard thing to kind of conceptualize. But when you're at that idea, what are you actually going to do? Where are you going to buy? Are you confident with buying? And how much money are you going to put into it? All these different factors really do matter. And that's all, everybody. Think about it. We literally timed. I told everybody down here at 634. If you do not go below 633, you're going to make a new high. Just like how you did it over here, over here, over here, over here, over here. So you're just doing the same thing over and over again. It's kind of getting ridiculous now to spot. Like, it's really easy. That's why I feel like you had such a hard time over here, because now it's really easy to spot when the market's going to go up higher. And yeah, that's pretty much all, everybody. You know? Pretty simple stuff. It's just a lot of information. A lot of stuff you had to consider. Where are you? And by the way, everybody, you might say, how do I know the market's going to drop really big? Look at how many times you're changing directions. Look at this blue box. Then look at this orange box in the middle. Then look at the yellow box. You're just going to keep turning lower and lower and lower until you get to a point where it snaps and wants to collapse. And it's going to happen soon. Very soon. But let's just say you continue to run up crazy. Yeah, just let it run up. The faster it runs up to a crazier level, the more we're going to make in the long term. So if it wants to collapse now, That's also perfect. We're watching it very closely. The second you get below 649, it's over. We're going to start playing the greater downside. You cannot get below 649. You can't even get below 653 no more. Let me see. No, 649. 649, yeah. Once you get below 649, it's over. We're going to play puts for you to drop straight down to like 637, if not 633. That's going to be one play. The same time, we're going to buy a second play for you to fall down to 612. At the same time, we're also going to buy a third play for you to fall from 613 all the way down to 590. So 3 separate plays. They're all going to cost a different amount. And once I get confirmation of you being down here, then we can get all 3 of them. Now, if you flip above and you just start going higher again, the one thing you want to consider is that we're not going to touch the averaging down at all until you run to 670. Then we'll buy some more, average down, get a nice slow price, and then just wait. And in the meantime, we'll just keep making that money back. So let's just say we spend 5,000 whenever the SPY is going to collapse, and everybody here spends 5K. It's going to be options that are 6 months to 12 months out. Within that 6-month period, trust me, the amount of money one would make, even if they're going at a very slow rate, 10% per day, 15, even if they're making just 6% per day, you're going to be able to not only make that 5,000 back, but your account is going to be 5-10 times the size by the time your contracts expire. So listen, whenever you buy something, your first thought is not that you're going to make money. Every time you buy something, your first thought is, all right, I bought this. I had hours of planning, 6 days of planning that went into this. I bought it, but it's going to go to 0. That's the first thing you should tell your brain, so that you can always expect the worst. At least at that point, you'll be like, all right, if I bought it at $200 each, I'm going to average down at 40 or 50. And that's how you start creating these plans ahead of time, almost predicting the future perfectly. That's pretty much what we do here every single day. We are always predicting the future, not because it's hard, not because it's, crystal ball, not because it's magic, but because it's all pattern recognition. You're just repeating the same stuff throughout history, just a little bit differently. That's all. It just takes days and weeks to get these patterns because you have to document stuff like a computer. But because of human error, people are really bad with documenting stuff. Even I was. Let me tell ya, my charts were all messed up. I wouldn't want to zoom in and make them precise. I would be lazy. I would take weeks to fix something if I knew it was broken. So imagine a person that does not have the knowledge that I have. As you could tell, they're going to have a very tough time noticing a single pattern. So that's why now when I teach you guys, the first thing I do to teach you is I give you the same pattern that my brain caught, and in the moment they allowed me to call it. Because I remember those exact aha moments where I was so excited and I was like, no way, finally I figured this out. And yeah, I always remember them. Those things I do not forget. So that's how I teach. I aim for that so that you can create your own style, because I want everybody here to have their own style. You're going to use my styles in the beginning, of course, all 70. But then after these 70, after whenever I stop making styles, like 100, 150 is probably where I'm going to stop. Then I want you guys to just create styles at that point. Which are, most of them are going to be, combinations of my styles mixed in with yours, which is fine. Once you add your own taste to it, guess what? Just like in art, if you draw something and you add your own taste to it, that's yours. That's how this works here too. So if you add your own taste to my trading styles, you can market yourself. You could build your own community. You could start, helping people. That's all that's important in this world, is helping people. People need help, and there's not enough to try to help. Everybody's, ignorant. Everybody's selfish. Everybody, thinks that their world is more important than anybody else's world. We need a lot of people to just be like, all right, that's enough of that. Let's actually help people here. That's the only thing I care about. At this point, that's the only... I could be homeless and still teach. As long as I have internet connection and I could talk to you guys, I don't even care. That's how strongly I feel about this. Nothing else matters. Absolutely nothing. I mean, I might get robbed a lot, of course. You get what I'm saying. I feel like that's the reason why we do so well. It's because I'm willing to go to that extreme, you know? If you don't test extremes, you don't really go far in life, I noticed. Like, if you're not like, all right, let's take an account from $4 to $1,000,000. You think you're going to make 500K? You think you're going to make 100,000? Maybe not. Maybe you might only make 50. But the idea is that since your goal is so large, since your horizon is so far, whatever scraps you pick up while you're on that journey to getting to that level, it's going to be way higher than you being like, all right, let's just get to 10,000 with just $100. Or better yet, you being like, all right, I have $1,000, let me throw it into the market and then take it to 100K. That is ridiculously irresponsible, especially if that's your first time trading. Because most people, they're going through a lot. Now, if I talk to you and I see that you can actually have the potential before you trade, that's how I looked at myself. Like, before I started options trading, I was like, all right, watch. I don't know how to trade that well, but watch. I'm going to do something insane. And it felt like I was floating on clouds every day. It literally caused me to stop smoking. Literally trading the market and making sure I could stay up was more important to me. I could not smoke at all. I didn't care about nothing, just making money. And it was so blissful. It was so amazing. I get goosebumps even now when I think about the first time. I literally felt like a king, and I was 21 years old. Beautiful car. Lots of capital in my account. Making money still while doing Uber. Because at the time I was still doing Uber, even when I stopped doing Uber when I started trading, like that same month. I didn't tell my parents though, at the time. Nobody knew. I would literally just take my car and I would literally just go sit somewhere for like 4 hours, 3 hours, and then I would just come back. And then after like November, I told them at that point, because that's around the time when I gave them some capital. And then they were just like, all right, like, we believe, you know. We know this is not just fake and, you know, hoopla. It actually makes sense. My parents are old school, so they don't operate like these, like parents my age now, you could say. Because how I'm going to look at my children, it's honestly not far off from how they look at me, honestly. But definitely it's, you know, more motivation, I would say. I'm going to make sure these children have grit. Absolute grit. Gonna dump them on an island and then make sure they survive. Nah, imagine. I'll be child abuse. Nah, but if, you know, my child is 16, 15, 18, 100%. I'm gonna make them go absolutely insane. Just for a second, though. Because then at that point, the world won't be able to touch them. Because since my parents drove me insane, as you could tell, I always had to have like 20 different, you know, excuses that I can give them. So it always allowed me to think in the future, like 5-10 steps ahead of anybody. Because you would have to be in order for you to get your way. And in terms of the stock trading, it was so funny because that's how we trade. 5-10 steps ahead of SPY. Same exact idea. It's fundamentally perfect. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, there's various different lives, various different ways that you can grow up and be successful and stuff. It's just the growing up process has to be articulate. It can't just be random. Of course, you don't want to control it either, right? You don't want to, you know, be one of those parents that force something down your kid's throat, and by the time they turn 18, 19, 20, they don't even want to do it no more. You always got to make it fun and not force them. That's how I see it. Because every single time my parents try to force me to do something, I would be even more against it. Especially if they told me to do something, I would be way more against it. That's just how I was, honestly. Don't know why, but it wasn't until I started teaching that I started changing those childish ways. Because I'm like, I can't be a child and teach people that are a little bit older than me. If they're going to respect me, I got to be, you know, perfect. Not perfect, because nobody's perfect, but at the end of the day, you got to have some level of, you know, excelment, some level of ability to deal with any problem, even if you're going through some problems right now. And it honestly did help me. Same thing with dealing with people and teaching people now. Like, it's so easy for me to teach now. So how's everybody doing back there? Really slow day. We barely put any capital into this market, besides, of course, Tesla. We're going to wait for that, see how it turns out. And then by 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, we'll see if we're going to get into another Tesla trade to make back that money before the market closes. That's the game plan so far. Just got to make it back for that. NVIDIA, we're good. We already made that back. We do have actually another trade for NVIDIA that we have for today. So if we lose some capital on that, we'll also have to make that back as well. And yeah, we'll go from there. It's a very aggressive idea. The reason why we're playing with aggressive ideas is because the market is unstable. So we'll play with one aggressive idea. If it doesn't work out, we make that money back with very safe plays, scalping. And then once we make all the money back, we hit it with basically another aggressive idea. Same thing with Tesla last week, right? We ended up making... No, we ended up losing because we didn't sell it. We were up like 80%. We lost, I think it was $80 to $50 as well. And then within 2 days, we have already made that back. And then now we're basically doing the same thing. That was last week, Friday, by the way. So that was pretty nice. I fixed up the Moo chart, by the way, in case anybody wants to take a picture of this. These are all the levels for Moo. All right, I gave you guys enough time to take a picture. Now let's go back to SPY. I'll put you on the CS zone so you can see what's happening there. So yeah, you're just respecting the CS zones perfectly today. All right, everybody, give me 1 second. Oh, not yet, Colin. Are you talking about the other stuff? Or are you talking about the... Okay. I'll just text you. All right, everybody, we're up 80% here. So remember, just move up your stops. Just in case. Gotta play it safe always. Come on now. I want to see if this is going to hit the midpoint, which is right underneath the purple EMA. That's the main goal, of course, right? It's always the midpoint. Right now, you're stuck at the quarter point. Pretty good reaction so far. You fell down from the top straight down to the quarter. So again, think about it. That was the only option we played today on SPY. And we just smashed it out the park, you know? Just because we learned from yesterday's and the previous day's lesson, which was, ladies and gentlemen, to give us some time. That's all. Just give us some time. Play off the proper levels, which is 2:30, 3 o'clock. All the psychological levels. That's all you're doing. Beautiful continuation to the downside here. Our options are up 90% now. This is going to make back some of the loss that we had to take on Tesla. Because Tesla just didn't turn down at all, right? Just stayed flat in the sky pretty much. That's pretty much it. So for tomorrow, which is Monday, of course, right? Because today's Friday. Tomorrow is going to be Monday in terms of the next day we trade. From Monday to Friday, we're going to be hunting down the next best play for Tesla just to make that back next week. And then the SPY play, of course, is, you know, helping out some stuff right now. It's covering pretty much everything. Again, everybody, we're up 80%. You were just up 90. There you go. You're now up 90% again. Excellent job, everybody. So far, every single day this week, we had 100% trade. Or at least like 90, 80. You know, somewhere around is what I'm trying to say. Not exactly 100%. We probably have only 4 this week. Today wouldn't count unless we actually get 100%. Yesterday was good. The day before was good. And then the day before that was really good. So, it's just today. Make sure you keep moving up your stops, everybody. Remember, the time is 3:19. We have up until 3:30 to be able to trade. So hopefully this could fall down just a little bit more. And then right before that 3:30 buzzard, we'll buy into the call, full port again, throw the whole thing right back into it. And see if we can make everything back from Tesla. Because Tesla, we only spent 83, so it wasn't that bad. It's pretty good. We didn't over average down. We didn't put too much money into it. We literally just lost part of the profit we made on Tesla last week. So it's perfect. All we got to do now is just make sure we make that money back on Tesla next week. Make sure we go profitable on Tesla. Same thing with NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is just taking a sweet old time. And then with the SPY trades, we'll continue to just milk it back and forth, scalp it, make our money back, continue to blow up these accounts to new highs. Not blow up in terms of losing it, but make it touch a new high, gain some more profit here, make everything free, at least make all of our money back with one account, even if we're still intending on making the money back specifically just with Tesla. So this technically doesn't count. If I make the money with SPY or any other stock, it doesn't count. We got to make the money back precisely with Tesla. That's how you always just make sure that you're not giving up on yourself. You know what I mean? Because there's always an opportunity. It's just you got to wait, be patient, take your time, and actually just break down the patterns, understand which pattern is the main core content of that current trend. Because there's always a current pattern, and there's always a previous pattern. And then there's always what's the next pattern, right? So you got a couple different things that are going on at the same time. And as long as you can just break that down with yourself, you should be fine every time. Now, can anybody guess why I told everybody to buy put at the top there? Let me know.
I guess was the back and forth all day. Now, normally when it goes up and down, it can't really pick a direction. At the end of the day, it's gonna be a big move. It ain't far 660. So I think it's the only other place to go with that right now.
That's a good call out. But specifically, why would I say at that moment right then and there? Which reversal point does that line up with? That's all good.
So I don't know exactly what was happening. I mean, 25, 59, so trying to touch, I would say it's just beneath the mark. You know what I mean? When it's beneath your buy line,
Hmm.
that's showing it's going to have bearish, going to have a bearish string. So you don't want to catch it, like say, down to the midpoint. Catch it right back then. I don't know, man.
No, that's a good interpretation of it. But it's what Cody said right there. It's just reversal point number 2. That's all. Yeah, because if you stopped at number 1.5, you could have just continued to head up higher. So since you hit number 2, it gave you at least a decent range. Now, within the next 30 minutes, we have a decision to make, which is the calls that we're looking at buying into right now are most likely the calls that are for 659. But if we can go below 658 for like just a second, just a small little second, we could possibly see a 658 contract drop down a stupid amount within the next 7 minutes here. So it's all about timing right now. See if we can time this perfectly. So again, we know what call we want to buy, 658. We might have to buy a 659 because that's the only cheaper one. 658 call is pretty expensive. It's at $60 right now. So we got to play this real carefully, everybody. Slice and dice it. Come on now. Remember, put your stop losses. You're up 90% again. If you haven't sold already, you are up 90% right now. Just make sure you put your stop losses just in case it doesn't continue to go down. You always got to be safe rather than sorry. All right, we're up 105%, everybody. Excellent. 120%. Excellent. Excellent. There we go. We got 100% of the day. Now every day was 100%. I love it. We're still holding right now. You're almost at that 48-day EMA. $130 now. All right, we're moving up our stop loss here just in case. Got that, everybody? We're going to move up the stop loss just in case you just flip here suddenly. Okay, we just got hit by our stop loss. All right, everybody, we took 110% right there. Excellent. Now let's go ahead and look at the calls. The good old switcheroo. I'm going to buy 259 calls for $10 right here. It's at $11 each. We'll see if it gets filled. Again, everybody, we took our gain. There we go, Stefan. 659, psychological reversal point. There we go, Stefan. That was also something I said yesterday. I don't know if you guys paid attention to it. We told everybody yesterday, the second you hit 659, puts. That's another reason. Thank you for remembering that, Stefan. I think you were the only one who remembered that. I could be wrong though. Then Cody, you said calls at reversal point number 1 if it holds. Excellent. I love that idea too. All right, everybody, we bought the calls now. Again, we're just doing a nice old reversal. That's all we're doing. We just want a little bit of something, not something too crazy. That's fine. Excellent. It could still fall down a little bit lower. If it does, that's okay. Just let it happen. We already got filled, so we're just sitting now. Taking it real slow. What I'm thinking is it's going to hit the midpoint and then just run right back up. So anywhere slightly above the midpoint is going to be just somewhere we generally need to watch out for. Just got to pay attention. Be very careful. This option that we just bought was just $40 10 minutes ago. Actually, no, sorry. It was $40. over here, which was about 30 minutes ago. You're flashing right now. What's good, John? How we doing? The goal with the 569 calls is just simply to sell it for at least $20 to $30. That's the goal right now. So $20 to $30. The other options that we had, which were the 658s, they're now at 160%. We sold at 120 or 110, somewhere around there. Okay, you just perfectly hit the midpoint now. My bad. We just perfectly hit the midpoint now. So the next thing I'm looking for is for you to actually support this. We might have to wait for another 5-minute candle here. And then that third 5-minute candle. So you have one more candle, this candle, right? Then the next one, that's another 5 minutes. And then the third one, because we only have 1 minute left right now. So it kind of doesn't count as 3. Kind of counts as like 11 minutes. But you know what I mean. Like 5-minute increments. This one's about to finish. So technically kind of counts as 1. Then you have the next 5 minutes. That's 2. And then 15 minutes from now, that's 3. That's when nobody else can buy no more. It's also about to hit 3:30, so people can't buy in the next 2 minutes. So I'm assuming they're wanting you to basically get stuck down here because people are going to be frightened. They're not going to want to buy into the market no more. They're going to be just a little scared. It's about to touch the 200 on the 5-minute. Exactly. Yep. That's also something you have to pay attention to. Now, because you hit it earlier, there's no necessary reason for you to hit it right now. Because when you ran on it, you hit it in the morning, hit it again, double point of confirmation, right? Get sent up higher. So now you could actually still hold right here at the midpoint. It could be the one thing that doesn't let you touch the 200 right now. But we'll see. It's definitely possible for you to touch this. But in theory, just because of what happened earlier, we should see a nice little retracement here to the upside. How's everybody's day? It was such a quiet day, I know. But sometimes we need days like this to slow it down a little bit. There we go, Cody. It's right next to reversal point number 1. Like cents off of it. There you go. That's the second 5-minute candle. This one should keep us down here. Because it's still not 3:30 yet. Actually, it's 3:30 right now. We might get sent up now. Elevator! Straight to the top floor, please. There you go, Cody. You have another opportunity right here. Let's see if it gets filled. And then tomorrow, what I was thinking was we could get a Monday put for SPY just in case this shit just falls out the sky. I think you will actually fall out the sky to 656 at least by Monday. So if we could flip upwards again and we run up to the top again, buy the close, we're going to buy puts for Monday. Whatever money we make here, we're going to use it. Because right now, again, our account is at $22. We were just at 10. Got 120%. I think it filled us for 21. And then the second time we bought, it was $10 each. So 10. We have 2 of them. Currently, they're both around $6, $7. They are dropping a little bit more now, of course. Ah, damn, Robinhood. Yeah, that's a little later. Yeah, maybe for the better, you're right. Sometimes things just happen for a reason, you know? It's proper thinking like that. That's what I'm talking about. By the way, Randy, let me know whenever you have time later today so that we could talk. I definitely want to see if you have a little update for the weekly boxes that you did. So, Louis, I know you're good. You got your weekly boxes. I saw you do it last night. We just got to add some more information. Stefan, I got to check your weekly boxes. Make sure they're going good. Same thing with you, Sherman. Wad, whenever you get a chance today, just give me a call. John, I'm pretty sure you got your weekly boxes done already, but if you don't, just give me a text, and then we'll go Try to see if we could fix it together. Meech, we already talked about it. We got a time today. We also have a time for... Who else is speaking to me today? I don't think anybody else in this chat is speaking to me today. So again, I have an appointment at 5, 6, and 7. If you guys need to speak to me right now, just let me know. And we can speak whenever you get a chance, all right? There we go, Louis. Up 300%. That's actually 350%. Remember, because you bought it at 10. Excellent gain right there. You got double what I got. Absolutely phenomenal right there, Louis. Come on now. Nerves of steel, huh? There we go, Louis. There we go. Come on now. That's a beautiful trade right there. Our options currently, the ones that we just bought, they're currently around $5 right now. So they went from 10 to 5. The goal is to sell this for around 20 to 40. Probably 30. If, and only if, you get a nice little flip to the upside here. It still needs to expand the range, you know? You only did $1.95. If the market hits 4 p.m., and you only do $1.90, ladies and gentlemen, brace for impact. There is going to be a massive, massive trend that's going to happen tomorrow. Again, those 658s are now at $60 each. They're up 500%. Remember what the goal was when I told you when we bought those. There's a certain goal. There we go, Louis. Beautiful stop loss right there. Okay, you're holding on 200 moving average now. You decide to fall down and touch it. So now you touched it 3 times today. Let's see if this is going to pull you right back up. And then we're going to get those puts for Monday. I'll be sure to post them inside the Discord, so just pay attention to whatever puts I post. You guys got this now. Come on. Nice and easy, nice and easy. And remember, we had to buy a little bit earlier because 3:30 was about to happen. And when you hit 3:30, you can't buy no more on Webull. So it's like with the last option, the last 30 minutes, you had to deal with you not buying it at a perfect area. But it wasn't terrible, right? Let's be honest here. It was a pretty good area. It was the halfway point of the day. And that was really, really good. I'm very happy about that. Now, if the 200 moving average was at that point by then, that would have been even more perfect. But you can't always get the best entry all the time, especially when you're managing those trades at the end of the day like this. It's a little bit harder. So again, everybody, we're still holding the calls. Currently, right now, they're about I think $4 each now. They're about $4, yeah. If we run up to the top, we'll be able to sell it for at least 20. Not the top. If you run up to the top, these things are going to be at $50 again. So you're about to go from $4 to $50. Just like that. If you literally just run up to the same top and ask the question, is that a hard thing to do now? And the answer is no. The reason why it's no is because you barely did a move today. So any type of move, in theory, is going to be a big gain. A lot of momentum is going to get added. So let's just patiently wait here. Worst comes to worst, we'll take the full loss on this. And then tomorrow, with our earlier trades, we should have some really nice trends in the morning. Monday, by the way. That's tomorrow. In terms of the Forex, we already sold it. We took our $900 gain. We were down 4,000 at one point today. And it didn't really bounce much higher than that. So if I show you the Forex chart real quick, as you all can see, I sold it pretty much right at that line after I bought it down right about here. So we bought it right here. Down here, we were down 4,000. You were traced back up to here. We sold it for $900 profit. And we're just going to wait now. Give it a couple days. Give it like a day or two. Our account is now at 33,000 from 10,000. And we started this account right over here. Where was it? Let me check the other chart. We started trading right here. So what is this? August 21st. So August 21st to September 12th. We didn't, of course, trade every day. That's why I'm not counting it as the full, because normally this would be like 3 weeks. But in theory, we were only trading about like 5-6 times. So about half of those days we only traded with. The other half we were just waiting. A bunch of moves were occurring. We missed a bunch of moves. But even with us missing half the moves and us only getting the other half, we still managed to go from 10K to 30K. So it's perfect. Absolutely phenomenal. And remember, with options, we're only barely touching anything. There's no profit we're touching. We could sneeze and we still wouldn't, have an issue here in terms of just the loss. It's just going to be a little sneeze, that's all. That's what I want you to consider. That's what I want you to remember. We're always positioning ourselves with every single thing that we can. Now, a couple months ago, would have we been up right now on Forex? The answer is, of course, no. We would have definitely been massively down on Forex because we didn't know how to trade it. So it is a little bit easier now. It does really help, especially when we have kind of like a bittersweet ending with Tesla and SPY today. You weren't getting no movement at all, And when that happens, you got to understand that you can't forcibly trade that day. In the morning today, we told everybody that today does have the potential of going sideways, which is currently exactly what you're doing. And the reason why we said that is because last 2 Fridays were insane moves to the downside. The last 3 Fridays, still insane moves, but one of them was to the upside. The last 4 Fridays, still insane moves on a Friday. 3 times it was down. 1 time it was up. The last 5 Fridays from this date was green, red, red, and then today is consolidating. So today would be the 6th day, right? If you go 7 days back, it was another red. So it was red, green, red, red, and then today, again, consolidating, that's 7. So we literally played this market perfectly in terms of the SPY today. No aggressive moves, no aggressive trades. We only traded at the end of the day. We perfectly bought a put right here at the absolute perfect location. We got filled right there at number 2. We sold right here, 120% at the midpoint line. And currently those same options, just because we had to, of course, remember, you always have to document every option, even if you sell out and you're pretty much done with it. It's always wise to document it. Right now, those options are up 700%. So it's not bad. 700% gain today. I forgot what yesterday's was. It was a pretty insane. I think it was 600? Right, the move in the beginning of the day. Let's check it real quick, just to make sure. Yes, so it was a big move in the beginning of the day. Yeah, because we bought the 560, the 657s down here, and then you ran up $4 straight to it. So far, every single one of our trades, like the first idea, perfectly working out. So this is a good little situation now. Nice little dynamic. Tomorrow we're just going to play with the same ideas, not stress ourselves out. Make back whatever we lost for SPY first. Next week's going to be NVIDIA, like around maybe Wednesday, Thursday. And then Friday is going to be Tesla. We got to make back the $84 on Tesla. NVIDIA, we got to make back the $45. And then on SPY, if it continues to go down here, we just got to make back the $10 that we spent. So that's 10, 45 plus 80. That is 125, like around 150, which again is not bad. We made 900 with just the Forex. So in terms of today's profit, still above 500 basically. Every day we just need to stay above 500, because as long as we're making 500 per day, by the end of the month, 20 times, again, everybody, 500 equals $10,000 we're making per month with just trading Forex and options together. Even if you add the losses, it's still around 10,000, which is beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. So amazing job, everybody. We tested you in the morning. We're going to look at those results now. I want to see everybody's losses. I want to see everybody's wins. Just show me all your trades. Doesn't matter if you had a loss or win. It's not like somebody's going to chase you for having a bad win. We just want to make sure that you understand just any way you could have done it better. Not saying you're not good enough to do it better by yourself, but you know, if the help is here and it's nearby, might as well just take it. Do your notes, of course. Remember, do your notes. Post it in the notes channel. And that is pretty much all, everybody. Let's go check what price this option is now. It was crazy because I had a feeling it was gonna. Because look, if you go to the calls now, right? Look at the 658s. We were telling everybody earlier before we bought the 659s. Before we bought it, we were just like, all right, it's a little far. We should be able to get a 658. But the drop happened way too late, you know, unfortunately. $6.35 and then right here. Ah, no wonder. Okay. We're gonna have to write a note on that. I just realized something. Weeble tells me 340, not 330. We could have held that a little bit longer. I might have gotten mixed up with Mumu. I think Mumu you can't buy. No, Mumu you can't buy for the last hour. Weeble you can't buy for the last 20 minutes. So it's not 30 minutes. So we'll remember that for Monday. We'll remember that. We're going to remember that. We're not going to forget it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so now we got it. All right, that's perfect. All right. So our ideas perfectly worked out. We could have took more for the first gain if it wasn't for the time restraint, right? And then now the 658 calls were $13. So we could have probably bought it for 20. We might have been able to buy it. Actually, let me check. Let's go check right now. So if we would have bought, let's say at 339, right? At 339, we would have paid. Yeah, we would have paid $20. Okay, that's awesome then. All right. That's awesome. We're going to document that, and we're going to post it with all the notes at the end of the day. We're just going to wait for this last move. Our options are now back to $3 from just $1 and $2. So they went up a little bit right there. If you flash all the way up to the top, which is 658, these options are going to be around $20, $24 each. And we have two of them. So we could turn $10 into $50 within one trade, or two trades. First one was 120, and then the second one we're looking for around like 80 to 100. Something simple. Not something too crazy, right? Now today's move is about $2.15. Let's see if we can guess it right. $2.15. That's what it looks like. $2.21, off by 6 cents. It's not bad. And then right now you're about to run back to the next midpoint. Those calls are now at $28. So yeah, look at that. Wow. So that would have been a 40% gain right there, 30% right there. And we would have had a 600 to 700% gain to the downside. All right. That's going to solve a lot of problems going into the future now. I hope you all understand that. Because for the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I thought it was 330. That makes me so happy, actually. That makes me really, really happy. I'm telling ya. Because now, watch, the next couple days, we're going to be paying attention to that 339 move, 338, right before you hit 340, so that we could still buy like a minute before people can't buy no more. Our options are now at $4, steadily rising. This is pretty nice. Let's see if we can at least get a jump to 10 or 20. And if anything, we could sell out at break even. Worst comes to worst. You're now at $5. Oh, right back to 4. It just flashed there for a second. You got a 1 day out call at reversal point number 1. Excellent. Excellent, John. So remember, everybody, you hit both number ones. You hit number one to the bullish side and number one to the bearish side. So that's pretty nice. You also hit around like 1.25. I agree with you on that, Cody. 100% I agree with you on that. This market looks terribly weak right now. Does not look good at all. That's what it feels like, yeah. You said 654. 654. Yeah, 654 would be tomorrow's play. For today, we're not playing to 654 because it's a little too far. So for tomorrow, that's our goal for the downside. The brokerage app tickers, they're all dying. There we go. Yeah, when this market falls out the sky, it's going to be insane. Absolutely insane. Exactly. Mumu is a Chinese broker and Weeble is a Chinese broker. How's Bull? Weeble's ticker is BULL. I'm pretty sure. I think. My bad. Sneeze all over the mic. Okay. That's not bad then. But most of the other brokerages, they're having some type of retracement. I see what you mean. Play it out. Yeah, Weeble sticker is only $13. I think they did a split. I could be wrong though. I believe Weeble did a split, yeah. It should be more than that, yeah. I agree with you on that. Weeble's a really good brokerage, honestly. It's my favorite. It's been my favorite ever since I started trading. Since day one. It was $60 in the beginning of 2025. Wait a second. If it was 60, I have no idea where I hid them all. Let me see. Let's just go here. Let's go to Bull. Oh, they IPO'd this year. That's what it was. Yeah, so they IPO'd in April. And then they ran straight to 80. Wow, this is a really good buy, actually. That's not a split, by the way. That's just a full drop, yeah. Yeah, there's no split, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this looks really, really good. I'm telling ya, this looks so good. Let me check my other account. Let me see. Let's go sniff out some options. Let's see what we could do here. We'll look back at SPY in about 1 minute. Just give me 1 second. Let's look at Weeble. How many days out can we buy this? 490 days out. Okay, what strike prices? First one is going to be 1840. So $18 is going to be the first goal. So the $20 strikes are 300 for 490 days out. I think this thing could run up within a year, if I'm being honest with you guys. So maybe by July of 2026. Pretty good open interest. 13,000 open interest at $30. Wow. How about for 490? Where's all the open interest? $30, yeah. So big money's thinking this is going to run to 30. So if we get for February, for 30, how much it costs? $49? Let's scoop up some right now. 161 days out. $39. We're going to buy 5 of them at first. All right, we got filled. And then in on October, right? Because these are February. In October, we'll average down. So no averaging down at all until October. Maybe mid-October, I would say. We're just going to scoop this up at a cheap price. Just hold them, just in case this thing starts flying. And I think we should be set. Because remember, we're playing for this area right here. Think about that for a second. You still have the midpoint all the way over here at $40. And then you have this one all the way up here at $60. Wow, this is a fantastic buy. This is one of our best buys. This is like an Intel play right here. Or like a Unity play. Yeah, so I'm thinking February of next year, but that might be cutting it close. Big money is playing for further. So big money is going for 2 years out, 490 days out. Kind of like a year and a half, I guess. And they have, I think, 20,000 open interest at $30. So what I did was I then looked at 300 days out. Kind of expensive still, but still a lot of open interest. And what I'm planning is just buying it just to hold it right now just in case it goes up. Meaning, this could completely be worthless. So within the next week or two, the goal is going to be to actually purchase either a short-term option for Webull so that we can make that money back, or we'll just make the money back with a different stock, like SPY or Tesla, Nvidia. But yeah, next year, I'm sending the options into the Discord right now, just in case you guys want to actually take a look at it. Oh, my phone just died. Oh shit, that's the worst time for my phone to die. What time is it? 5:55. Imagine SPY just runs up to the tip. Oh my god, it's running up. Turn on! Turn back on! Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Webull looks set to have the same run Robinhood did when it got that low. I agree with you on that one, Meech. So if you guys have some long-term capital, it's not a bad idea to pour it into that. Thank you, John. And then you're looking for July 17th, 2026, $30 strike for $100. That's pretty nice, yeah. That's a really good strike. I like that strike too. So you're going to get a little bit more time than me. Excellent. Excellent. I like that, Cody. Always do that, by the way. Always get a strike closer or a little bit more time. I'll be perfect. Always do that. Always, always, always. You filled and you're already up 15%. Excellent. They added was 6.9. Just got to get the boxes, Meech. Once you get the boxes done, you'll stop the hesitation completely. Still good, a really good play, though. That's awesome. You put it at the bottom of the ask and it filled. Excellent. There's definitely big money buying into that. There we go. The phone is now back on, ladies and gentlemen. We're recharged. Let's see what we could do here. I want to see how much the options went up to right there. So the options we had right there at that last second, they ended up going up to $6. It's not terrible. It's not bad at all. Again, everybody, you are flashing right now. Let me take a call real quick. Welcome back, doctor.
Yo, I didn't even know I was offline. I, I was like, why isn't anybody talking? Everybody should be cheering. I shouldn't be in cheers right now. Everybody should be on this thing.
You had some puts?
What? Heck yeah.
There we
I
go.
had I had 560, what was it 560, 566s that were just completely shot. But when you said that, I added four more to those, and those came into play. I got like 30% off of those. And then well no, I'm still down on the 5 day one, but only like a couple percent. It's light work. But that I caught like 10 of them joints, the 580s, bro. Or no, the five, what was it, five, what'd you call it, 588s or some shit like that? 568s. Damn near 500%.
500%. Excellent. That's what I'm talking about, brother.
Yeah, yeah. Like I took a,
The
I was sitting up here and I
568
was like,
or the 658.
You made some
that's
good
what's
bread
up.
right there, Louis.
That's what's up.
Yeah, that
Yeah, I
shit
cut
ran.
mine early. Yeah, I cut mine early. I was like, yo, look, nah. But that
Yeah, I
was
think so as well, Cody. It's either gonna
I'm on
open
there
up
late.
like $2, $3 lower, or we'll be able to actually run up to the 660s because you're really close to that level. As long as we open up at 57 or some shit like that, we'll be fine, and we'll just play some puts from 657 going down to 654. That's our game plan.
Yeah, because that shit was, yo, I was looking at it, it was real close to my area, the danger zone. I was like, man, if it hits this red, I'm leaving. I'm walking off this job right now. I'm going. You already know that's at what 656.
Oh, my fault. I didn't even know you had called me. My bad, Wad. I just got your text right now. Let me know if you're still free. You think it's weird if somebody wears sunglasses inside? I've been wearing sunglasses for like the last 4 hours.
Whatever you want to do. They had a song out about that shit in the 80s. I wear my sunglasses at night. I don't know. Everybody's different.
Nah, yeah, I be wearing them shits at like 12 a.m., 1 a.m. I can't see nothing, but that's okay. Nobody can see me. Oh, you know what's crazy? My uncles, we're about to go to Comic Con next month. You want to pull up? Or nah, that's not your thing.
Well, Comic Con, oh, no, it's definitely my thing. I just don't know if I'm, because it's usually on the weekend, right?
Yeah, so he's asking me right now, or where do I want to, which one do I want to go, Thursday or Sunday? I'm thinking probably Sunday.
See, I'm not free from slave labor until October.
Okay.
No, mid-November, which
Ah,
is
damn,
actually
that's
nice because they actually give us like, um, they give us Thanksgiving dinner and the whole 9 yards, whole
okay.
shebang.
That's awesome then.
Yeah, Remember when I said I'm getting that fourth screen?
Yes, sir. There we go. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Then I'm done. Well, no, I still gotta get the sound system and the mic. Then I'm finished.
Snapchat's doing really good right now. Wow. Keep going, baby girl. Keep it going. Let me see $8-9 soon. Goddamn, that was delayed. That was a delayed cough. I didn't smoke all day. It's over now. We're going into the promised Neverland, everybody. Okay, so we have the meeting at 5, 6, 7. Wait, say that again?
So that dry coffee's no joke.
Yo, I got a pen the other day, and I'm not gonna lie, I was smelling it. I don't know what they're putting in these pens, but that's definitely the last time I'm gonna buy it. At this point, I'm just gonna buy from dispensaries if I'm ever gonna smoke. That smells way too chemically, and that's not normal. I was just like, nah, I'm not smoking this. I still have my old one though. You know what was crazy? I still have one from February when I went to Hawaii. Anyways, 5, 6, and 7. We're gonna be busy, everybody. So 8, 9, and 10. If anybody wants to fill up any of those spots, just text me. Remember, 8, 9, or 10. Text me now if you would like to speak today. Randy, we still need to speak. Wad, we need to speak. Louis, we can of course speak. That's no problem. Stefan, and Meech, I think you said. Oh no, I'm talking to you at 6. No, 7. So Meech, I'm talking to you at 7. All right.
Yo,
What's up?
what strike price you have for Snap?
For Snapchat, I have. Let me show you. So what I was thinking for. Oh, did you see Weeble? Have you seen this culinary? Weeble IPO at $10, shot up to 79, and right now you're right back at 13. And it looks like you're kind of creating a little mountain. You're kind of falling down from it, but if you look at this, and then let's just say you look at Robinhood, just like Meech was talking about earlier. Look at Robinhood, did the same shit. You open at a low price, ran up higher. Did Weeble fall down lower than that open? So no, the opening price, the IPO price was still the low. So you could still go, in theory, lower on Weeble, potentially. But still, buying at this level looks like a really good idea, honestly.
Hello?
It's pretty much stuck inside the 1/8 point. So if we just play to the quarter point, that's already $30 from 13. That's going to be a gigantic gain. And I checked the options. Big Money is trying to buy for 490 days out. The $30 strike price has the most volume.
What are you talking about right now?
Weeble.
Oh. What just happened?
What do you mean?
Because I asked you about Snapchat and all of a sudden shit just went weird.
Oh, no. It's because it was on the screen. So before I switch off of it, I was telling you. That's why I said, hey, Culinary, do you see Weeble yet?
Nah, I didn't hear shit.
Nah, yeah, it looks insane, bro. Gotta check it out. Check it out, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Um, but
Weevil the stock?
yeah, they have a stock.
Yeah, we were gonna go up.
So for Snapchat, when you get the bigger boxes, the 1/4 point is at $24.50. Currently on Snapchat, you're at $6 to $7. So Weeble looks really good, right? But Weeble's like at the 1/8 point, you could say. Snapchat is at the 132 point, which is way lower. That's below the 1/16th. That's below, of course, the 1/4, 1/2. It's literally the lowest point you could possibly drop to. You could still go lower, I guess, yeah. But it's one of the lowest prices, let's just say, that you could drop to. You could definitely, of course, go lower. If this company doesn't, just goes bankrupt or something, or, they're about to get delisted or something. But that will only happen for a reason. You're just going to stay at this same level because their market cap is still, 12 billion. And if I look at their earnings, what is their earnings? Earnings was, okay, minus $16. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Before it was... Alright, give me 1 second. Let me check this. What? How much money were they making in 2022? If you can't tell, I don't... So EPS, I mean, it's not bad, but again, with their earnings, it's not amazing. It's very stagnant. Same thing up here. Even though you could say this is obviously getting better because it's negative 0.8. So it's still negative, but it's becoming positive, right? In terms of their EPS. But when you look at their revenue, it's basically flat, for all these quarters. If we go annually, yeah, see, this thing is still you are making more money, so that's something to highlight, right? 5.36 billion compared to 4.6. Market cap is about, again, 12.4 billion. So in terms of how much money they're making, I would say this is proper in terms of their market cap. The only thing we need to see here now is what are they even making money from? Because once I see exactly what they're making money from, we can now break that down and then see if these AR glasses, we could literally do what I did with Tesla, and break down the AR glasses to see if it's actually going to be able to make it go to 25 and 50 and 60. Because right now, in terms of my strike price, it's $10 and it's 15. $10 is for 140 days from now. And then the one that's for the 15 strike is the max amount of expiration, like 400 and something, I think. And because we were at $6-7, I thought that 10 would be a proper strike price because we can at least see it go to 12, which means we'll be in the money by the time it actually hits, a doubling point for anything else major. And by the time it hits that point, just of course depending on how fast it does it. Wait, actually, let me check it one more time. Is it for 140 days out? Let me see. What is this, January? September? I don't even know what date this is. Let me see. Calls. So I have it for January 2026 for the $10 strike price. And then I have it for January 2027, 490 days out for the $15 strike price. Though they're both basically up 25%. So we're almost up, 50%, which is not bad. It's pretty good. And you basically only went up $1, and we're up 20%. So if you run up theoretically, but then again, I don't know how to. I would say that I haven't played small options to be able to actually even confidently tell you a percentage. Like with a more expensive option, it's a little bit easier. With like Tesla, $200, right? $400, $600 stocks, because that's what I've mainly been trading the last years. With $5 play, I did start with playing with penny stocks, yeah, but it wasn't options, right? It was just stocks. So I would put like 600 into FRSX when it was at $3 to $4. One time it ran to 12. I got rid of everything. I think I made around like 1600 with just that one play. With BNGO, I played it at around, I think, $2, and it jumped to around, I think it was 6 to 8, something like that. I got rid of it at 6 or maybe 5. I forgot how much profit that one was. It was a lot of profit, I'm not gonna lie to you. I had a lot of those options because I liked genetic editing. I was like really interested at it, or with it at the time. So I put more capital into that one. And then I kept basically, slowly and steadily growing the account. I would buy something at $3 to $4. And you might be like, where was I getting these names from? All the names that I was getting were names that were very well known and recognized on YouTube. So if you were simply just watching some of the YouTube channels, you would just find these names very quickly. That's pretty much it. So just the main YouTubers I was watching at the time, which I don't remember exactly what all their names were, but they used to just bring up these like really cheap. Oh, I remember. There was one guy that I think I got, like, you could say 40% of my plays from when I first ever started, like ever. And he was a guy on YouTube that had, I think, like 10,000 subscribers, 14,000 subscribers. He would get like 50 to 100 views per video. And his technical analysis was absolutely superb. He was using wedge lines at the time, if I remember correctly. And using just those wedge lines, he would easily be able to define and show you how something could potentially break out. And then he would give you other examples of some plays that he's actually called out before, and he'll actually show you it. Casper Maritime was from him. BNGO was from him. The 3D printers were from him when I looked at those companies. What else? That's pretty much it. I think the only company I found myself was FRSX. That might have not been from a YouTuber. Because if I remember correctly, like I said, I was looking at genetic editing stocks. And all I did was just search up all the genetic editing stocks that were closely similar to almost using the CRISPR like system, the Cas9 system. Like BNGO was using that same Cas9 system. So with FRSX, it's a electric car company, right? But there was a name closely similar to it, and I used to always get them mixed up all the time. So I believe it was by chance that I actually stumbled upon FRSX. That might have been what it was. It might have not even been from me watching videos on YouTube trying to look up electric car companies. Because I knew about what the package was coming from in terms of like what was being signed. Because in 2020, I don't know if you guys remember it, but you had that big package get signed into government whenever Biden was nominated, right? The first major thing he did was sign that one like really big package with electric car companies, as well as for energy. And all I tried to do was find some type of electric car company that would actually be involved in that. Now I forgot exactly. I think it was with Webull. I'm pretty sure it was with Webull. I don't think I traded any of these penny stocks outside of Webull. There was one name, but I'm trying to remember it. I don't know why it reminds me of XR, whatever you call the electric car company that I just said. I already forgot the name. But yeah, so that company, that electric car company, that one was probably like my second up runner in terms of like the amount of capital that I had made like my first month. And then after that, that's when we started the options trading. So I always like to go over that because it was like I was blindly watching people and listening to people, and I didn't know how to analyze stuff for myself. And of course, I knew in the beginning. It's just like I didn't know what to do about it. So it became a situation where it was like I was hunting for people that was actually doing technical analysis. They can show me something that was different, that made sense. And I never really stumbled upon anybody. And I remember when I was, doing these charts, I wouldn't really have anybody to relay the information to. I wouldn't really share it. So I didn't actually know if these charts were working. It was just all just random ideas. So I just kind of gave up on all of them. And I just threw them all to the side. And I pretty much, after that point, I never made a trading style until like probably mid 2022, when I started noticing that I lost everything that first time. So yeah, like mid 2022, that was like one of the first times again that I had lost like pretty much all my capital. It wasn't with one play, by the way. It wasn't with a short-term option. It was all with 3 to 6 month options scattered about the S&P. The only problem was the whole entire S&P went from 400 to 300. So it didn't really matter what you had. It didn't really matter, what company it was. The whole entire market just fell out the sky. And at that point, that was like pretty much everything, yeah. So middle of the year, I was like, all right, I got to create something that works. Because the market just kept continuously, falling out the sky. Every single time it would run up higher, it would hit King's Point, which is also how I created King's Point, right? And then it would fall out the sky. Like, let me show you. Yeah, sometimes I'm not too sure why my charts freeze so often. I think it's probably because my computer's like overheating or something, I guess. Maybe. That's it's a little odd. I think I probably definitely have to clean this computer soon. So like this was 2022, everybody. Look at how disgusting this was. You know how unfair this was? I lost everything by here. No, actually no. Not there. I still had some potential here. I could have sold it here. And I think I got rid of some stuff here, so I just in case the market fell. Because I remember around this time, Kevin uploaded a video saying that he was going to sell everything, all his stocks. So I was just like, you know what? I actually agree with this guy. I think it's probably going to fall lower. And look what happened, everybody. So by here, I lost everything. I only had like a few thousand left. I think it was like maybe 4,000. If not, maybe 3,000. So at that point, obviously, I knew I turned 3,000 to X number, right? Within that time frame. So if that was possible, it's not that hard to do it again, right? I mean, you did it once, you could do it again. And let me tell you, that was not the case. This whole entire time here, I was scared to trade. If I wasn't scared to trade right here, I would have made all my money back 100%. Like 100%, 110%, I would have made everything back if I was just not scared to trade here. I was just frightened, honestly. And I didn't trade none of this. I missed all this. I was waiting for it to go lower. I wanted to hit like somewhere around here, if not like a little bit down here, because I noticed that you were having like, crazy price action here. And what I would always see is that the market, whenever it would stop, it would fall next to a previous important point. Whether it's this, or if you match it up with the lows, it's almost perfectly matching up with these highs here, right? Almost perfectly. So if you have King's Point right here, a little bit above, and then King's Point below, when you made this high here, you would have obviously seen this happen, and then you pretty much did it the same way to the bottom side. And then now you pretty much, when you fell down here, you hit another King's Point area. So look at the price action. You see how it stops right there? It stops near it. That's the idea. So whenever you have a low, it's going to be near another low or near another high. Now the wick of that whole entire situation Could be lower, of course. You could actually be in like, you know, random price action on the floor here. In terms of like this right here on the right. But it's still not random because if you look at these lows, it's still another King's Point level. And if you look at this low, it's kind of like the level before this low right here, which is the first major low you had besides this over here, which if I go to the right, you ended up also hitting that and holding there as well. So it's really weird, but you continuously have always done this. And I was watching this happen, and the only thing I had during this time to give me some type of idea as to what to do, like right around here, was use these boxes here. And what I want you guys basically doing now is using this same range. Like for instance, Culinary, he already knows this. I'm not too sure if he's had a chart like this done, but we can ask him whenever he joins back here shortly. And then from there, what I want you guys to, yeah, you have the old range.